starting with F1A.
Is there a motion to approve F1D through F1I?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Under item G, bids, RFPs, RFQs, G1 is authorization of recommendations. G1A regarding bid 22-004, aggregate surface treatment for delivery and pickup.
All right, what's the pleasure on items G1A?
Motion to approve the purchasing director's recommendations on the bids.
Second.
We have a motion second. Any other discussion? No discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
All right, item G1B regarding bid 22-005, asphalt emulsions for delivery and pickup.
Not what's the pleasure, of court?
Move to approve the recommendation of the purchasing director.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. I'd like to go to item L1. We have Shane Turner and Fiona Bond here. This is regarding the U.S. Department of Treasury Coronavirus Local Fiscal Recovery Fund American Rescue Plan Act, discussion or action regarding the eligible expenses and our funding guidelines, reporting requirements, and funding request.
So I'm Fiona Bond, Executive Director of Creative Waco, and of course this is Shane Turner, owner and operator of the Hippodrome.
All right, so we will recess until 1 o'clock tomorrow. So it's 11. All right, good morning. Let's call court to order. Today is Tuesday, March 1st, 2022. It's 9 a.m. Proof of posting, please.
The agenda was posted on Friday, February 25th, 2022 at 3:10 p.m.
Thank you. And if anyone has a public comment, they can come forward now from the audience. Yes, sir.
My name is Shannon Caraway. I'm Vice President for Business Development for a company called Solar Prime. Currently, we're trying to develop another 300 megawatt solar farm and 300 megawatt battery energy storage project here in McLennan County. And it's out north of Trading House Creek Reservoir, that area there. We're preparing to submit a proposal to this body soon for a county tax abatement for the project, and just wanted to stop by ahead of time, introduce ourselves, and tell you what we're doing.
Going to D on the proclamations resolutions. We have nothing this week. Under E, under consent agenda, I have no recommended pulls. Does anyone else have a pull from the consent agenda they want to discuss? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. All right, Dustin.
Yes, sir. Judge, if we could go to item N1, this is discussion and or action on matters regarding COVID-19.
These case numbers have decreased for the hospitals.
All right, Judge, do you want to accept that for recording purposes?
Yes. Is there a motion to accept that report for recording purposes?
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion.
Recording in progress.
Got to have a full house this morning. Good. Yeah. All right, let's call court to order. Today is Tuesday, September the 6th, 2022. It's 9 a.m. Proof of posting, please.
The agenda was posted on Friday, September 2nd, 2022 at 11 a.m.
Thank you. Let's stand briefly for a moment of silence, and then we'll have a pledge to the flags.
Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now the Texas pledge. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Okay. Next week, we will have a pledge synchronization training. We're going to use one of those music things that goes tick tock, tick tock. Okay. All right. This time, if there's any members of the public that come to talk to the court on business matters, please do so at this time. Seeing none, I'd like to go to items D under proclamation.
There are some that wanted to speak.
Oh, speak now, forever hold your peace. Come on up. Okay, give your name, address, and we have about 3 minutes.
Everybody's just so eager to get up here that
Yeah,
I'm trying to go first.
gotta move quick around here.
Yeah. So, Susan Vick, I have a new address, I think it's 14006 Boonfield Court, Woodway.
Good.
So, good morning, everyone. Thank you for having us once again. All the people here, they're representing the Zoological and Botanical Society. And we're here about the expansion project, which is on the budget voting agenda item today. I was looking at the budget and I could not find the actual line item for the zoo. So I wanted to ask you all a few questions today.
We cannot answer questions in public comment.
Oh, you can't?
Now, you
Okay.
can make a statement, and we'll take everything you say into consideration.
Okay, very good, very good. As I said, I could not find the line item for the zoo. That doesn't, maybe it's there and I just couldn't find it, but I didn't see it. And we are sincerely hoping you all are going to fund your third of the budget shortfall as promised with the Zoo Commission meetings, and that would be $3.4 million. As you know, the society in the past has run all of the bond expansion projects. We've had 2, and we managed those, and they were done efficiently, properly, and to what the taxpayer desired, what we feel like they voted for. This round, the bond expansion project has not been in our control. The city has managed it from the beginning, and we've been on the sideline and quite often not even asked to the table for our expertise or opinions or advice on certain decisions. Perhaps that's one of the reasons it's drawn out, but the city has managed it from the beginning to this point. We want to be sure that the bond that is passed, well, the bond is passed, but the project that is completed is what the taxpayers voted for. I know you all agree with that because you work for the taxpayers, and this is what we want to do. This is what they expect. They expect top-notch product from all of us. They want their zoo to stay at the top. They want it to look nice. They want it to be there for the future, to bring other people in. And we feel like it's important to have the county use their elbow power, I've lost my word, but use their power to help make sure that happens, because it's three people trying to help make this happen, but we are the powerless one in all of this. And it's basically the county and the city that has the power to make sure all the money gets spent on the plans that have been approved and the projects completed the way everybody expects it to be done. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Alice Ogden, and I've spoken before. I think y'all remember my previous comments. I live at 3016 Deerwood here in Waco. And just again, we are just here to give our total support to the any additional funding that is necessary to complete the 2019 zoo bond that passed over 60%. And we did vote in favor, as I've said before, of the entire package that was presented, the veterinary education complex, the new penguin exhibit. Just the price tag of the bond was not what we were voting on. And we just, again, are trying to reiterate our support of that. And I think, as was just mentioned, the frustration for the Zoological Society, going back into when the Zoo Commission was first formed. It was established as an interlocal agreement with McLennan County, September 1988. And I can proudly say I've been involved as a volunteer, no pay, with the zoo since the 70s. And from the city website, it says the Zoo Commission will serve as an advisory role in providing guidance related to major issues pertaining to the operation and the maintenance of the zoo. And the commission will serve as a liaison between the County Commissioners Court, the City Council, and the Cameron Park Zoological Society during significant facilities expansions. And this bond, as we all know, is a very significant expansion. And all of this, like I said from the beginning, it seems like it's deteriorated from when this local agreement was made, with the city controlling the commission meetings and times. During the past 2 years, meetings have been canceled last minute during crucial decision-making times regarding the zoo bond and development, creating an information void for the Zoological Society. Recently, April 12th and August 25th, as well as November 8th, meetings were canceled. So we kind of feel like, we're out of the loop, and again, the zoo is owned by all the McLennan County taxpayers, and we want to provide for them what has been promised with a quality education building, veterinary clinic, and the penguin exhibit. And we appreciate the commissioners and y'all's support in the past and with this particular issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Nancy Lacey. I live at 1102 Old Steinbeck Road in Waco, Texas. The society went to the taxpayers in the late 1980s and sold our vision to move the Waco Zoo to become the Cameron Park Zoo in the downtown along the Brazos River. We won that bond election and created a new relationship between the county, the city, the society, and the taxpayer. The society was in charge of the first bond design and build the zoo, which laid out the foundation and infrastructure. Then we went back to the taxpayer about 10 years later for the second bond, where the society successfully built out the Brazos River country. While all along, the society helped raise money to add the Herpetarium building, the Lemur Island, the orangutans and Komodo dragons, South American exhibit, bald eagle habitat, and Grammy Nails playground, to name a few. The society has now passed the third bond expansion to build the vet ed education building, the Penguin Complex, and the new Hoofstock Barn, which has been completed. Hooray. Since the society was the entity that sold this project to the taxpayer, we feel very invested in making sure that it gets built out to the high standard that we have cultivated and maintained for 29 years. The zoo is the second most tourist attraction in McLennan County, ranked in the top 50 zoos in the country, and we have a staff second to none, which we are very proud. This is what I know. The society has not had any input on the timeline with this project. We share in your frustration with the timeline of the zoo expansion project. After 48 months, we still have not bid out the Vet Ed complex or the Penguin projects. We have tried to encourage the bidding process and groundbreaking to start. It has been 6 weeks since we have even had a status update from y'all. So yes, we share in the frustration surrounding this project. And yes, we have concerns that this zoo expansion project will not be built out as promised to the taxpayers. And we will make sure that that happens. So I know you can't answer these questions, but these are some of the things that come into mind. The county, we made an agreement in December with the Zoo Commission that we would all step up and help with the overage. And the first project, the first thing was $2 million for each, and we all agreed on that. I understand that the overages have gone up and that y'all needed to go back to vote for more. And if you can't do that, I understand. But we need to be transparent about this. If there's been a negotiation from behind the scenes, we need to know that too. So we just need to know, I think the taxpayers, the society, everybody just needs to have a clear view of what's going on behind the scenes, in front of the scenes, whatever. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Raylene Silver, and I live at 4544 Westchester, Waco, Texas. I'm mainly speaking as a volunteer and in behalf of the education building. When all the school buses come to the zoo, it seems like there's never enough room for all the kids, and they have to sit on the floor. And the objective of the education building is not only to do immediate education with the kids at the zoo, but also in classrooms and through media and spread out so that you don't actually have to be at the zoo to get education. And I think education is extremely important with dealing with conservation, learning about animals, learning about how we can help keep the animals alive, and things that we can do to keep animals from going extinct and things like that. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning.
Thank you for your time. My name is Kathy Galvett. I reside at 9007 Kingswood Place, Waco, and I have served this past year. I was fortunate to follow Judge Felton as chair of the Zoo Commission, and I have served as a volunteer with the zoo probably for, I don't know, I can't even count, 20-something years. I do not want to reiterate all the points that have been made, but the points I would like to make is the zoo, when this bond was initially proposed, it was proposed with a lot of background work done, not only by the society, but the city and the county as well. And before we could even present to the community, everybody had input on how this bond should be presented and what needs to happen at our zoo. for the city, for the county, for our community. The society was the face that went to PTA groups, to civic organizations, to countless organizations throughout the community, from Point A West to Waco to you name it, we went. And we got in front of these people who asked questions, and we were able to provide them hard data and information that was agreed upon by the three entities. Our bond passed. Our community wants it. That was 2019. This is September of 2022, and we have a Hostock barn, which is great. But what we proposed and the three entities agreed upon, and what our voters strongly wanted for our community, has stalled. And as it stalls, the numbers go up, the costs go up. And in the meantime, should we, again, ever want to propose something for our community and the society goes to pass another bond, I don't think our community is going to have the confidence in us again to approve funding, because if we don't deliver what we said we were going to deliver, and I did a lot of those presentations, and it was my face that said, this is what we're going to give you folks, if you'll believe in us. I don't think we'll be able to pass another bond thus to expand and keep our zoo growing and relevant if we don't deliver what we committed to start with. I know it's a lot of money for all of us, but I think if we want this project to be something to be proud of, we all need to do what we did before we even proposed it, and that is to come back together as a group, honor what we said we would put forth as the bond and what people voted on, and let's get it done. I mean, this passed in 2019. So thank you all very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
How y'all doing today?
Fine.
My name's Ian Walker. Address is 200 Prestwick, Waco, Texas. How you doing, ma'am? Candidly, I can't blame y'all for distancing yourselves from the mismanagement of the zoo project that brought us all here today. The bond originally passed in November 2019 at the request of this court. The bond was funded in August of 2020. 2 years later, we have one of three projects built, with the other two still waiting to bid out and break ground. Let me be clear. The city of Waco has taken on this project, managed this project, and is primarily responsible for the cost overruns of this project. During the same time frame, projects run by this county and this court have gone from idea to completion while delivering the necessary functionality needed to effectively operate in the current environment while allowing for future growth. Throughout this project, the city has focused on cuts versus delivering what the voters of McLennan County voted 66% for. Throughout this project, the architect of the Vet Ed building threatened to walk away because they were not willing to attach their name as it was shaping up. Most recently, the architect who initially designed the zoo and is currently working on designing the penguin exhibit has expressed his frustration and disappointment as he was asked to cut almost $1 million from his base design from the penguins. Not only is this mismanagement impacting relationships within the county, it is negatively impacting how those outside of Waco and McLennan County view our community. So respectfully, it is naive to think that giving the city of Waco money without oversight from this court will improve the current situation.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Terry Cox. I reside at 7816 North River Crossing, China Spring, Texas. I'm the executive director of the Zoological Society. I appreciate your time and all the time that y'all have given to this project. I know that you may be getting a little tired of looking at us right now. I think my main concern is that we build this project to a standard of excellence that we have strived for all along throughout our process of building out the zoo. And my biggest concern is that the the entities involved, the city may focus so strongly on the penguin because it is going to be the thing that does draw the crowds to the zoo. But what is a basic need for us to remain accredited and for us to function as a modern zoological entity, facility, is the education center and the veterinary hospital. We will not be able to take care of endangered species without a new veterinary hospital. We are at our max right now. We are doing surgeries on the floor of barns right now because we don't have the space. We don't have a modern veterinary facility. So we definitely need the whole project. And we are working very hard to stay within budgets and to cut costs wherever we can, where it makes sense. But if we don't have the additional funding, and we all know how cost of everything has gone up, we can't do it. So we hope that we get the funding and that is used for the project in its entirety, including the education center, the veterinary hospital, and the penguin exhibit. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Georgia Johnston. I reside at 357 Washington Lane in Waco. I am here also as a zoo supporter, but as a patron, a taxpayer, and a voter. I've had a young daughter who has benefited greatly from the zoo support as she fundraises for tiger conservation, $5,000 in the last 2 years. Without the folks at the zoo, the education center, a lot of that would not have been possible. But they're just 2 kids here in McLennan County, and we have an entire generation that could be inspired if they had the room within the education center to be able to learn about these animals, the conservation efforts, and saving species as a whole. When I voted for this package, it was for the package as a total. Education for future conservation is so important, but like Terry was saying, this veterinary clinic is critical. Over the past 20 years or so, our city and our county has grown tremendously. New hospitals have gone up, new MOBs, anything we can to take care of our expanding population, and we need to do the same for these animals who are unable to speak for themselves. We are their voices. We are their future. And this package, while it's great to have this penguin exhibit, we need to be able to take care of those animals as well as the others that already call Cameron Park Zoo home. And then we need to inspire the next generation of youth, like my 10-year-old daughter and their friends, to find their passion and conserve whatever species touches their heart. So I would ask that you consider this package as a whole and not bits and pieces. And we have some great people behind this project, and I know that funding will be considered thoughtfully, but taking out an entire medical facility or education center isn't the answer. There's other ways to cut those costs. This package does need to come through as a whole, and I would ask that you consider that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, thank you very much. All right, going to items, back to item, our own item D. Under D is proclamation declaring the month of September as National Recovery Month. And I think we have some folks here. I'd like to ask Dustin Chapman to read into the minutes the proclamation, and then I'll make the presentation upon completion of that.
All right, this is a proclamation in the McLennan County Commissioners Court declaring the month of September as National Recovery Month. Whereas mental health and substance use disorders affect all communities nationwide, with commitment and support, those impacted can embark on a journey of improved health and overall wellness. The focus of National Recovery Month this September is to celebrate all people that make the journey of recovery possible by embracing the 2022 theme, Recovery is for Everyone, Every Person, Every Family, Every Community. Recovery Month spreads the message that people can and do recover every day. And whereas the impact of mental health and substance use disorders is apparent in our local community, 1 in 5 adults experience a mental health condition every year. 1 in 17 lives with 1 in 17 lives with a serious mental illness, such as schizophrenia or bipolar disorder. Over 500,000 adults in Texas live with a serious and persistent mental illness. About 1/2 of the mentally impaired population are below the 200% poverty level. Through Recovery Month, people become more aware and able to recognize the signs of mental health and substance use disorders and encourages people in need of recovery services to seek help. Managing the effects of these conditions helped individuals achieve healthy lifestyles, both physically and emotionally. And whereas the Recovery Month observance continues to work to improve the lives of those affected by mental health and substance use disorders by raising awareness and educating communities about the effective services that are available. For the above reasons, I'm asking the citizens of McLennan County to join me in celebrating this September as National Recovery Month. And whereas McLennan County advocates recovery in our community through the continued support of the 3 specialty courts, DWI Drug Court, Veterans Treatment Court, and Mental Health Court. Therefore, be it proclaimed that the McLennan County Commissioners Court declares the month of September as National Recovery Month in McLennan County and call upon our community to observe this month with compelling programs and events that support this year's observant, the 32nd anniversary of Recovery Month. Be it further proclaimed, a copy of this proclamation be made a permanent part of the minutes of the Commissioners Court, witnessed our hand and seal the 6th day of September, 2022. Judge.
Thank you. All right, we have Judge Devin Igam here today to receive the proclamation, and you're welcome to invite anybody else up that you'd like. I would like to say that we have a lot of important issues in this community, and some of them have been around for many, many years. Being that we're the custodian of the jail, that's where most of the mental health issues that we see that we're working on come up, and it's a significant thing, and it's definitely increasing. The whole nation is really focusing a lot more on mental health treatments and things that we can do besides just putting someone in jail and they come out not any better than where the condition is when they go in. Texas is finally has addressed this as well as the many things in the legislature that comes up. But I would want to point out, and I want to do a little bragging here about McLennan County, that we feel like that we are trying to find good solutions, not necessarily following the patterns of many others, but looking at our own solution that fits our community with the assets we have with our MHMR and drug treatment courts that have been established and those things. And the behavioral health leadership team was put together about 4 years ago, and we brought in foundations that have a strong interest in trying to solve mental health issues in our communities. And Judge Devin Igam, all the folks that end up touching this situation, like the judges, the mental health court were established, and then now MHMR has been part of helping us at the jail and the intake side to identify the issues and maybe another way to address folks with mental health that, where especially those that aren't dangerous to be able to find them. So I just want to say that, and welcome you to say anything, but thank you very much for all that you've been involved in.
Thank you, Judge. The only thing I want to say is this proclamation, to me, personally, just is a recognition that our community is compassionate, that we don't think a solution as jail is a great fit for every case. Honestly, when I think about recovery and what I've learned, it's an individual journey, but that doesn't mean you're alone. And I think that's what this proclamation recognizes, that you're not alone in this recovery journey. And whether that's mental health, drug addiction, mental health issues related to service through Veterans Court. These are all issues that touch every one of us in the community, whether it's in our personal family or through our friends or loved ones. We know someone that has struggled with these issues, and there's no doubt that we can do better. And I think that's what Judge Belton has indicated, is that we can do better because we're trying to do better now. And we know that there's a bright future for this community, because this community has been on the forefront of addressing these needs in a different manner. What we've done in the past hasn't worked. It's brought us to where we're at. But what we're doing now does matter, and I appreciate that.
Okay, thank you. And I don't know if anyone wanted to take any pictures and have a group up here. Okay, oh, yeah. All right. Do you want to
take a team picture?
Sure.
Do you want me to, you want to get a team? Yeah, go ahead. Commissioners?
We'll make it quick.
You bring in a whole crowd. I better watch.
Back this up, we can get everybody back. Let's just take.
Look at everybody.
Too bad there's not a big, like, $10 million check.
I know it. Maybe next time.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks. Good job, everyone.
Thank you, Amy.
You know, it's one other thing I guess I should have said it when they were in here. But this is recorded. But the folks that we have and other entities that help out have hired people that have a real passion for what they do. And, you know, if you don't have that, there's no connection. And talking to many of these folks that have been up here, especially the ones we've hired in the last several years, really get involved. And I'm sure they can make more money doing other things, but they have a passion in doing this. And many times you find out, you know, we all have friends and relatives or folks that we know that have some level of mental health issues, and not to the extent that they end up in our jail, but to the extent that they're trying to live in our community. And so the more we can broaden that base, we actually save money. If you want to get down to the business piece of it, we feel like we could actually save money by fixing this or getting some control around it early on. And that's been a big focus the last 4 years. And Judge Hodges was not here today, but David Hodges has been a real factor in helping us set a lot of this up, and Judge Coley as well. So just want to mention that. Okay, at this time,
Judge?
Yes. Yes. Okay, we had a proclamation, and I'll make a motion, we approve the proclamation.
Second.
Motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. All right, Dustin?
Judge, you'd like to go ahead and take care of the consent agenda?
Yes. Okay,
right.
right now we have suggested pulls of E3A, HR matter for IT director, E3s.
S3B, sorry, S3B.
Thank you. All right. So this is wrong, right?
Right, E3A and E3B.
Okay. E3A and E3B. E3B is a HR matter for Constable Precinct 1, and E7 pertains to the burn ban. But is there any other pulls recommended by the court? If there's no other pulls, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of those previously mentioned pulls?
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. All right, Dustin.
And if it's all right, we can hold those three pulled items for later and drop down to item O, McLennan County Venue Project. under item O1 regarding the construction manager at risk agreement with John W. Irwin General Contractor. O1A is consideration and action on guaranteed maximum price proposal for Area B demolition at Old Paul Tyson Field. I'd like to call on Kevin Carr, John Bennett, and Wes Allison.
Okay, thanks, guys, for coming in. This is project kind of finishing up the transaction of the old Paul Tyson facility and getting it to the extent of demolition and try to leave it in some way that can be utilized. Just being, with the right around the corner, it's Hard Texas Fair. Have that additional parking, and it is going to be good if we can get it into the get it done by then. And I am not going to say I wish it would quit raining. So
I'm not either until October the 6th.
Yeah. Yeah. Then.
Unfortunately, I think the spigot's turning off.
Okay, so Dustin, why don't you describe what the action item is, and then let them.
All right, Judge John W. Irwin General Contractors, they're our construction manager at risk for the venue project in its entirety. And the next step in the project is the demolition of the old Paul Tyson Field location. So what you have before you today is the guaranteed maximum price proposal from John Irwin for the demolition of that area. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Kevin if he wants to kind of step through the process and just give us an update and then present that GMP.
Yeah, so thanks for having us. So this is kind of the next phase of the overall venue expansion project. So this is, I know it's titled Paul Tyson Demolition Project, which is the main core of the work as far as this next package is concerned. There's also work included that it's really the demolition of old Paul Tyson. It's the clearing of the property that now has been through the process transferred to the county. But it's also the reorganization of the existing infrastructure that's there, the way the old lines, the power lines and things were fed into the old Paul Tyson facility. So it's that piece. It's also preparing the venue for continued operation in the interim, because there are future phases planned of what to do with that property in the future. Right. So there are other facilities planned for that growth and that continued expansion. So it's more than just tearing down old Paul Tyson. It's really laying the groundwork for the continued operation of the fair. This year, we'll be working together during the demolition of this project to make sure they can host the fair. And then the plan currently is to do a little bit of the preparatory work, a little bit of some initial site demolition that needs to get out of the way to accommodate the fair this fall. And then really after the fair, we'll come in and do the major demolition of the old Paul Tyson facility. There's also some grading work that has to be done post-demolition to kind of return the site to kind of a clean and useful manner that will also drain in the future while it awaits its future home. There's also some crushed limestone base work that's being put in place as part of this package work that again allows the venue to operate in the interim until that next phase happens, as well as it's also crushed limestone work that we're doing some preparatory work now that will be useful for those future phases. So it's not like we're doing some site work or things that it is useful in the future, and crushed limestone base can certainly be implemented when the future expansions of the site happen here down the road. So that's kind of really what we're at. So we're thinking we'll get started almost immediately on that initial phase work so we can get it done before the fair. We'll take about a week and a half break while the fair is going on, and then we come in this fall and complete the major demolition, the balance of the grading work, the balance of the site cleanup, the infrastructure work that's being done by some utility companies will also happen after the fair, so that will all phase out so that when we're done, we have a clean site, we have a clear site, and then the infrastructure's been reorganized and the property's useful for the venue and moving forward. So that's really where we're at.
All right, any questions? And I guess, Dustin, you and/or Francis discussed funding source.
And so what we had done initially is we had plugged 500,000 in under the lost revenue portion of our ARPA funds. And that was roughly what we had experienced in a loss of revenue at the venue project. We could take the totality of this from that section. One thing it would do is it would limit those funds available for the downtown jail, since that would come out of that 10 million portion of the lost revenue funds. And I guess the other option, and Francis or Mike can correct me if I'm wrong, we can use the 500,000 we've allocated in ARPA, and then the anything over that could come from our excess revenue in the venue fund, which I think we have enough in there now. Just have to remind the court we have those outstanding obligations to both the city of Waco and to Waco ISD. But the way it's set up, 50% of that excess revenue, which is any revenue over the debt service, is set aside for county projects. 25% goes to paying back the city, and 25% goes back to paying the school district.
And county
So I believe-
projects, as you mentioned, is really limited to venue. County
That's right,
projects.
because we cannot use any ad valorem funds
Right.
at the venue. So we are limited in what we can spend out there.
Francis,
Yes, and just to reiterate what Dustin said, yes, you do have the ability to use ARPA funds, which the amount for the total project here exceeds the amount you've already allocated to that purpose, but there's no reason you can't amend that allocation. So nothing's set on stone there, but if you did only want to spend 500,000 out of ARPA, the remainder would have to come from the venue project fund. And there is currently sufficient funds in there to cover that difference.
And this isn't contradicting our agreement with the WISD or City of Waco on our payback for them, so we could take it out of that balance of it.
Yes,
So
yes.
What is the balance in there right now?
So currently our, we look at it as two funds. The project fund currently has about 1.5 million in fund balance. Our debt service fund, it currently has about 2.1 million. So the debt service fund is what is actually collecting all of the taxes, paying the debt service, and then anything up and above that debt service amount and our reserve requirement can go to the project fund. We'll talk about this more on the next agenda in some really, a lot more detail on these funds. But I'm thinking now we will be able to move some into our project fund from debt service pretty quickly.
because we're overfunded, we fund.
The debt service is what, about $800,000 a year?
1.8.
1.8, yeah.
Yes, and each month, if you break that up, we're only paying it, of course, interest payments twice a year, principal once a year. But if
Once
you
a
broke that up into 12 months, we currently are collecting taxes above that monthly allocation, so.
When you bring this back, will you also bring a forecast on the venue revenues?
Definitely, yes.
have
We're
a
gonna,
better
we're gonna
idea
look at a
of
lot of details on that
So,
next.
so
2
today,
weeks.
we simply are going to approve the proposal from John Irwin for the demolition. And then on another agenda item, we will discuss the totality of where we're going to take the money.
Well, today, if you approve it, you also need to
GMP.
make it clear where you're going to.
You want it done
pull this
today?
money from. Yes,
Okay.
sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. I would just ask that plaque that says Jim Smith played here, would y'all save that for me?
Yes, sir. If we find it, we'll save it for you. I haven't seen
And
it.
if you can't find it, that's all right too.
I do think just from our seat, from the fair side, it is important that, in order to move this project along, as the time schedule's been set, that we do ask that you all take time to get this done today.
It needs to be done, so.
Yeah, absolutely.
Working around the fair.
Yeah.
There was,
Kevin, did-
so there's two parts to our GMP. So we do have the base GMP that includes all the demolition, site clearing, coordination with this, with the fair for this fall, and all the associated work in it. We also put together an additional, basically an alternate, if you will, that could be taken on top of that. We did prepare the alternate in consultation with kind of that future growth in mind, where there's some additional, now that the property has been reorganized so that when Paul Tyson is gone, There's some concrete approach work that's included at two different locations, one on Lake Air, one on the backside by the high school to realign connectivity across the venue project there at Trice Avenue. There's also some additional crushed limestone base work associated with that, so that you have that clear connection from Lake Air all the way across to the high school side. There's also some expansion of additional crushed gravel base areas, if you will, that could be used by the venue in the interim. So that's an additional add alternate that we put together for the county that could be considered. We also did, it's one of those things that there's a little bit of time. We don't need that decision until after the fair formally, so that we know, once the fair is done, then we're ready to go. In addition to demolition and the work we're currently doing, we would then go kind of execute that work post-fair, if you will. So there is a little bit of time on that to consider that alternate in the future. We don't need a decision today.
Okay.
And this price is just the work we've talked about today? No
Yes, sir.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Right. Smith, Mr. Smith, you have something?
Oh, I feel that we do need to move ahead, and I just think we have to look at what's most advantageous for the county as far as which one of these funding methods
Well,
we use.
so we have 500,000, what you're saying, that could come out of the ARPA money, because part of our cost was created by that activity there. And then the balance, how much would we need to come out of the debt service?
So we have spent some of into that 500,000.
285.
Because there has been some pre-work done on the Paul Tyson area. If you give me a second, I could pull it up.
But it's ready to go, though.
Right, but I'd
If you
like
don't want to
say the
exceed that,
exact-
if you don't want to exceed that 500,000 of ARPA, we would clean, come up to that 500,000 in total, and then any other, if this is what you're proposing, any other would come from the venue project.
And the reason why I think that's where it should come from, is because it's really kind of site preparation for the next project, which would be totally a venue project.
And if you're comfortable with revenues maintaining or increasing, then there's no reason not to take it out of
And they've done nothing but gone up since.
Right.
And I will say that, and I don't know exactly what timeframe Mark McCliney was looking at, but if he estimated a decent month for September, he was figuring annualized, we would be bringing in about $3 million. And as Francis said earlier, our debt service is roughly 1.8 million. So
1.2.
And something to make clear, this isn't specifically for doing anything with regard to the equine center. It will have the effect of helping out and starting, but for right now, it's creating roadways and crushed limestone parking that will, in effect, assist in the future. But it's not necessarily an expenditure for the equine center.
Right, I understand. Yeah.
But it's ready to go right now. I mean, y'all can move, all the utility work has been done, and I know that the asbestos has been removed.
Yes, sir.
I think we're still waiting on some encore stuff.
Utility work won't happen until after the fair, because we can't lose electricity during the fair. So, and Encore couldn't get that done in time to keep us rolling through October.
Not enough generators in town to pull that off.
Right. But they're ready to go as soon as we're.
We've had
Well, what you could do is approve the base amount right now that you know that you can fund, and come back later, as Kevin said, and act on the alternate.
Yeah, I think that's what we were.
I think that's what we're doing.
Yeah. Any other thoughts or comments? So, how much would come out of that?
So out of that 500,000 that you had already allocated out of ARPA funding, we've spent roughly 85,000 so far.
Okay.
of course, still some invoices outstanding and things that, we'll have to solidify the number. And so that would leave about 415,000. But as long as we have guidance from you that we do not want to exceed that 500,000 out of ARPA, we'll get it up to that max amount, and then any excess will come out of venue project.
Okay, perfect. So, state it like where the money's gonna come from, exactly to the dollar, so we make our motion, we can read it off, please.
It's gonna be, go ahead,
Go ahead.
around $473,285,
Yes, in an amount not to exceed
not to exceed.
the $500,000 allocation to the venue project.
And the remaining out of the venue project, or the venue funds.
Yeah, okay. That would be my motion, Judge.
All right,
That we spend from the 500,000 that was originally allocated, $473,285, and the remainder from the venue funds to fund the proposal from John Irwin for Area B demolition.
Second.
all right, have motion second. Any other discussion?
Does that take in the 85,000 we've already spent out of there?
Yes, we,
Because 85 and 473 is gonna take us over 500.
Oh, I missed what he said. Just, we will
You're
not,
saying 473, but we've already spent 85.
so take,
We have,
we've already
yeah, spent.
spent,
It's 415. It's
yes,
415.
yes, and we will not
Yeah,
allow
415.
ARPA funding
you're
for
right.
venue project
Yeah,
to
it should be
exceed.
415,000.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
any other questions? Call for a vote?
Commissioner Smith,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Felton,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass. Thank you.
All right, thank y'all.
We'll get to work.
Yes, sir.
All right, Dustin, I know, let's see, I saw John Gimbel going in. You want to go to that item?
Yes, sir. If we could go to item G3, authorization of proposal, statement of work with EDOC Tech for custom programming for district clerk's case management system. I'd like to call on John Gimbel.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Hello?
Hello.
Good morning, Court. We've got a small contract to do some supplemental programming. Saw y'all did the mental health thing earlier, and oftentimes EDOC's able to do that for free, but this one's a 10-hour estimate for added features so that we can cover certified mailers to shift that duty from the constables.
All right, any questions?
Is this, their stated amount in their, in the original contract? Is this the $100?
So I guess this, yes, sir, and I believe it'd be considered like an addendum to their main case management contract where we can add on features at a pre-agreed to rate.
Is this the pre-agreed to rate?
Yes, sir.
Any other questions? Okay, if no other questions, what's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Have a motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Judge, are you ready to go into executive session now?
Yes.
So it'd be under 551.071.
All right, under 551.001 Government Code, executive session, we'll be heading to Commissioner's Court. We're gonna talk for legal advice, contract advice. Dustin, name off who needs to stay in the court.
All right, it'll be myself, Mike Dixon, and Francis Bartlett.
All right. Okay, we will, it is 9:54. We'll have a 5-minute recess, come back and go into executive. Actually, let's go into executive session right now, 5:54. You can take a break.
Recording stopped.
Oh, okay. And then
Recording in progress.
Okay, let's call court back into session.
No one coming back?
There's a door standing open.
Okay, court is back in session. Going to item H4, authorization of settlement agreement with the City of Waco regarding LS Power Project Agreement, Sandy Creek Energy Associates LP. So that's the
Yes, sir. So what's before you today is a settlement agreement with the city of Waco. Back in 2003, a major benefit to attract the Sandy Creek Power Plant for economic development was for the city to install lines to be able to provide gray water for cooling. As part of that agreement, the city and county entered into that agreement with each other where the county would share a portion of the ad valorem taxes received from the Sandy Creek Power Plant for 30 years after the plant began generating. We are in approximately year 10 of that. We owe the remaining 20 years. We currently owe the city $937,694.72 for taxes previously collected under that interlocal agreement. And we project there's approximately 20 payments remaining under that interlocal. And we have, for settlement purposes, stated that to be around $150,000 per year. And so, Judge, if it's okay, I'll just read that section 3, payment of settlement consideration by the county. The county shall pay the city $937,694.72 plus an accelerated payment of the lump sum of 20 annual payments of $150,000 without interest. The total payment being $3,937,694.72. This settlement amount shall be paid to the city within 45 days of the effective date of this agreement. The city shall use this money only for joint city-county programs or projects, including paying for overages and currently proposed construction projects at the Cameron Park Zoo. The funding in this agreement shall be exclusive and separate from all other current funding obligations that the county has for shared city-county projects and obligations.
Okay, thank you. All right, any discussion? What's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve H4.
Second.
I have motion second. Any other discussion?
I have a comment about this agreement. I think it's a great deal for the county. We're obviously getting out of an obligation and it pays for itself in just a few years. But I don't think it's a very good deal for the Zoological Society. In my opinion, this could have been a very easy deal. The partnership between the zoo, the city, and the county is a three-legged stool. Has been since 1988, as pointed out this morning, and I just think that we're not really we're taking our leg out of the stool.
Any other comments? All right. And I'd read a statement before the vote, just to make full explanation of this agreement. In 2003, an agreement was made between the city of Waco and McLennan County to get gray water to Sandy Creek Power Plant for the use of the plant in its operations, provided that the county would pay the city 25% of the county's tax revenues for the plant for 30 years to be used for joint city-county projects. The county currently owes almost $1 million under the agreement, and the agreement has 20 years left on the term. The notion was raised that the county would pay the Sandy Creek obligation early and thereby resolve an existing money obligation, infuse the city with some cash to assist with the overages at the Cameron Park Zoo project. A proposed settlement agreement was worked out between the city and the county for the county to pay the city $3,937,694 for full and final payment and settlement of the plant tax obligation. This will provide funding that is available for county city projects, including new projects at the Cameron Park Zoo. The county issued bonds for the ongoing Cameron Park Zoo based on the estimates provided to the county. The county is pleased to be able to infuse cash to the city early payment of the Sandy Creek obligation. So there's a motion and a second on the floor. Is there any other discussion? No other discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Smith,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Felton,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Abstain?
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass. Thank you. All right, going to item I2A. 2A, okay, I2A is discussion or action regarding the capital improvement budget for projects including but not limited to Education Center, Veterinary Hospital, Hoofstock Barn, and Penguin Exhibit. With the prior action on item H4, I recommend we pull with no action.
Second.
I don't think you have to have a vote on that.
Yeah, we don't have,
I'll pull my second.
okay, thank you. All right. All right, Dustin, you want to go back to the,
Yes, sir. So we can move back up to those items pulled from the consent agenda. Item E3A is an HR matter for IT director position. I'd like to call on Anna. And we may not have an update today, but I'd like to go ahead and call on her for this and then for the next HR matter as well.
okay,
Good morning, everyone.
morning.
I don't have any new information to provide the court on the IT director posting. We are still currently working through applicants at the moment, but should have something for the next court session.
Okay, thank you.
So under item E3B, this is an HR matter for Constable Precinct 1.
Yes, we have Constable Precinct 1 requesting the approval to appoint and hire two part-time deputy constables into position number 852. And so the first is applicant Ronnie Reed. We request approval to appoint and hire applicant Ronnie Reed as a part-time deputy constable. And then the second person is retiree Ben Birch. And so this is kind of a two-part request. It's both to appoint Ben Birch as a part-time deputy constable, as well as approval to rehire him as a retiree under the rehiring retirees policy. It has not been 90 days since this person retired from the county. So the request is to be able to hire this person into the part-time constable deputy position prior to that 90-day break in service. Both appointments and hires, the request is for that to be effective September 7th. The position was posted per policy to the public and accepted applications for the required 5 days, and both applicants meet the minimum requirements outlined in the job description.
And I have one question. Is there a reason, or what is the rationale that our county policy has the minimum of 90 days? However, retirement system has 30 days. Is there a reason why we vary from our retirement system with that policy?
So that's what's been in place, but the minimum that TCDRS requires, as you stated, is correct, is only 30 days. And it's just additional time added on through the county policy. We can bring something forward to make those two figures match, but it has been more than 30 days for the rehiring of this applicant for the TCDRS policy. So that minimum is being met. We just need the approval to hire before the 90 days.
Okay, have there been instances where we have waived our minimum of 90 days and we brought retirees back before that time, but within the 30 days that TCDRS is saying? Have there been instances where we waived our policy, but we adhered to TCDRS's?
Yes, there have been. I can't think of them off the top of my head, but I can
I think
gather those, but there are other examples where that has been.
Okay.
we did that with.
Okay, so is there a reason why we would keep the policy that way? And I just don't know the answer. I'm not saying that there's not. I'm just saying, is there a reason why we would keep our 90 days if we're waiving it in some instances and TCDRS is saying something else anyway?
I think it does add that additional cushion of
Okay.
having more time required above TCDRS to ensure there aren't any of the prior agreements of hire for a retiree, which is the purpose of the timeframe. So it's just an additional precaution.
You know, I can't forecast what we're going to do on this, but if we have in the past always waived the 90 days, then we really don't have a policy, and I'd almost support looking at it being the same as TCDRS, to be honest with you.
Any other thoughts?
Well, I have a couple of questions. Are these currently funded positions? Is there like one fully funded position that we're splitting into two part-times? Or how does that work?
Right, the part-time positions, it has a dollar amount funded, and then there isn't a limit to how many people can be assigned to that particular part-time slot. They're just sharing the funding of that slot.
For administrative purposes, they're completely different employees, but we use the same position number to track that through. our
Okay,
system.
and he has been approved for that many positions in his budget, or how does that work?
For part-time, there's.
Part-time,
Part-time?
he can have 2 or 5, but he only has the amount of money.
But he only has that pool of money? Okay, okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions from? What's the pleasure of the board?
I would move to approve the request from Constable Precinct 1 as presented and approved through HR.
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passed.
Thank you.
Item E7, burn ban approval, extension, or termination. Judge?
All right, after discussion with the Texas Forest Service and Emergency Management, at the end of last week, and while it was raining while we were talking, and getting some feedback from volunteer fire department, sheriff's department, and others, that we thought pulling the burn ban was appropriate, so I did so at that time. So what do we need, a ratification of that action, or?
Judge, you had the authority given by the previous order to do that. And so this is just back on to see if the court wanted to reinstate the burn ban. If not, then no action is needed.
Okay. All right, unless someone has something, no action needed.
Now, what if it does turn off warm and dry?
We'll put, if
Next.
the numbers come up,
And what is the number that we normally, where we set the burn ban?
575.
575?
Yeah.
And we're at 756?
Whatever it is this morning.
We have, there's the updated numbers on yours.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
The high is 656, the average is 539, and the low is
Okay, all right, great.
Okay. Okay,
All right, moving on to item F, budget amendments. F1's regarding the FY22 budget. Francis?
So starting with F1A, covering the budget amendments for fiscal year 22. F1A is in the general fund for the 74th District Court. They were requesting to move within their department into furniture and equipment in order to purchase a printer copier. F1B, this is general fund adult probation. They were requesting to move within their department into other services and charges in order to cover shredding costs for the remainder of the year. F1C, this is general fund agri-life extension. Also requesting to move within their department from travel reimbursement into professional development to cover costs for the remainder of the year. F1D, this is general fund. This is a request to increase the capital outlay line item by $1,100. The request is to come from the countywide contingencies, and this is due to an increase in cost for graphics for new vehicles that were ordered for the sheriff's office. So this is a request for the budget amendment as well as the request for the increase to the cost of those capital outlay purchases. F1E, this is general fund, countywide road and bridge department. This is a request to increase the line item we have set up for the roadside cleanup cost. You agreed to this to begin the beginning of July. So this amount we're moving here will cover July, August, and September. We had some excess funds in the line item for the Mart Road project, so we're requesting to move between those two lines. And then, of course, we have this budgeted in next year's budget for a full year.
Okay, we were a little bit concerned that might be confusing to our obligation to Mart.
So when the budget was set for 2022, some of the money that we actually ended up spending in the prior fiscal year, we ended up spending before the year was out. So we budgeted too much for fiscal year 22.
Okay, so even with this budget amendment, it will allow you enough money for that final payment?
For the full contract, yes. Yeah, we just, going into the budget for 22 last summer, we did not know when those payments were gonna come up. And we had one come up before the year was out, so.
Are you comfortable with that, Commissioner?
Yes, because you're saying we have
Yeah.
the final payment
Yes.
balance in there.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry for the confusion. F1F, general fund, this is in the Commissioner's Court Department. We are needing to increase the line item for sign language interpretation again. You know, in the summer, there's a lot of meetings for budget, and it's hard to determine how many hours, how many meetings that's gonna be needed for. So we're requesting to increase that line item by $5,000 from countywide contingencies. F1G, General Fund Constable Precinct 2, requesting to move within that department into furniture and equipment to cover just equipment costs they have for the rest of this year. F1H, this is General Fund County Judge Department. The request is just to move between the guardianship services line and professional services line to cover remaining cost for the year.
Those go to the ad items, so it's hard to project
Yes.
what we're gonna have, but that's what it's for.
F1I, this is General Fund Countywide Department. We are needing to increase the line item for autopsies as well as the other services and charges line. The autopsies line, you can see that we're right over what we expected, what we budgeted for last year by $10,000. Other services and charges needs to be increased for an environmental site assessment that you agreed to in June, and this was for the property at 415 Columbus. F1J, this is General Fund for Criminal District Attorney, requesting to move within that department to increase supplies for cost for the remainder of this year. F1K, this is in our Permanent Improvement Fund, our ad valorem tax-funded Permanent Improvement Fund. There is a request for maintenance of buildings to increase the line item for our office modifications at the McGregor Building. This cost is to cover additional costs for cabinetry and countertops. F1L1, this is a budget amendment for the Permanent Improvement Fund related to the 2021 bond issuance. So this is an increase that we need to make to our ADA modifications line for a CP&Y invoice. And then F1L2 is, again, that same Permanent Improvement Fund for the 2021 bond issuance. There was a quote that was approved for additional tower project work. It was approved on the last agenda, so we need to increase the tower project line. F1M, this is general fund, multiple departments underneath the sheriff's office umbrella, specifically the jail and Jack Harwell. They are requesting to move from other line items within those departments in order to replace some broken equipment and furniture, a scanner and a desk. And they also are going to purchase 5 industrial fans for the Jack Harwell Center. And then there's also a request to increase travel reimbursement for the remainder of the year. F1N, general fund, maintenance of buildings. They're requesting to increase their supplies line item. They are requesting it for it to come from the countywide contingencies line. They have an increased cost of supplies due to fuel needed to run the generators this year. F10 is general fund maintenance of equipment, and the request is to move within that department into motor vehicle operating and then also repair and maintenance. F1P is general fund, the purchasing department, requesting to move within the department into furniture and equipment in order to purchase a hard drive that is needed. F1Q, general fund, road and bridge 4. The request is to move within that department into furniture and equipment in order to purchase 4 AEDs for their trucks, as well as a diagnostic machine for repairs. F1R, general fund veteran service officer, requesting to increase their supplies line item by moving within their department to cover costs for the remainder of the year. And then F1S is a certification of revenue. This is interlocal agreement proceeds from West Independent School District in the amount of $8,000. So we are certifying that revenue. It was not included in the original budget estimates. And then there is a related budget amendment. The request is to increase road construction materials within Road and Bridge 3.
I wanted to make a comment. I just wanted to commend the county departments that submit these budget amendments for their transparency on their forms. It lets you know exactly what those funds are going toward. And so it helps when you need to approve them. And it also, it's a permanent record going in to the minutes that shows that our departments are doing everything they can to be responsible with this spending. So I just wanted to commend those departments that ensure transparency when they fill out these forms.
And then just to, oh, sorry.
Are you through?
Yes, I was saying, just to add to that, most of these departments' operating budgets are very small. So when they're making accommodations throughout the year, they're doing what they can to stay in their total budget.
Does F1J satisfy what we're going to talk about under F2A? Or is that not even applicable?
So this is, I guess in a way it could be, but this is for the current year. So what we'll talk about on the following budget or following agenda item is talking about the budget for next year. So outgoing officials will finish this budget for FY22. That's their budget, until the end. But FY23, we have some officials that will only be here for 3 months.
So that's
of
what that
year.
applies, okay.
Yes.
Okay,
So-
all right.
But shouldn't we really have put that on?
So,
Well, that can't, yeah, that's true.
So if you-
After the primary election?
so if you read the
Comes a lame
statute,
duck?
that's how the statute reads. I think historically, our county, we have always looked at if there's a partial budget year, if someone leaves partially, that's when we have set those limits. But yes,
So that's always been the practice in the past, is that once they do obtain that lame duck status, then, so.
that we could, yes.
So did we just miss this?
I thought,
What we've done before is looked at
if it's his budget. that he's
But it
got.
is his budget, right, yeah.
Yes.
so that
I just,
he's,
but it'll only
But so
be
it's
part of
like,
his
but the
budget.
thing is that if it's, what is it, $5,000 or more?
So you set that amount. We've done $1,000 in the past.
Oh,
as the-
1,000? I thought it was 5.
Yeah, maybe.
There's no,
So the law is only applicable to the
Inflation.
coming 3 months, not the current budget?
Well,
or
no,
is
the
that
way
an
it,
interpretation?
the way it reads, I think that you could like Commissioner Jones was saying, as soon as they are, what's the word?
In a private.
Yes, if they are not renominated, reelected, then yes, you have that ability. But we've looked at it as the way the fiscal year falls, that we have let them finish out that fiscal year without having those, those
The
restrictions.
key thing is not to allow them to impede upon the incumbent or whoever the person that's taking that office.
Yeah, don't
Not to
spend all over
their
the first
budget.
month.
Right, right.
Yeah.
So looking back, not so big a deal, looking forward, big deal. Okay.
The next time that we have this occur, we'll be sure and bring it to you as soon as, just,
And is that a commissioners court decision, whether or not we put it on in March or in, November or September, October?
yes, it says, you know, after that period of time that, you know, of course, you must approve any expenditure, and that it's not over, that is over an amount set by the court. So yes, so you have that authority specifically.
I just wanted one clarification. I know re-elected or
Redone.
if they're not re-elected, but what does it say about just someone who's retiring? Because we have an individual and they're retiring.
So it does not talk about, you know, retirement, but I think when you say is not renominated or not reelected, I think
the
that if somebody
renominated
has
part,
already,
The renominated part,
Yes.
okay.
So renominated could be March. Yeah.
yes, so.
And so that's how it covers the retiree, okay.
Okay. All right. Listen to those, we've answered, I think, all the questions. What's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve F1A through F1S.
Second?
All right, have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. Thank you.
All right, F1T is authorization of Texas Association of Counties claim deductible invoices. F1T1 is a invoice totaling $157.50 for claims associated with America Campbell. This is a juvenile detention case. F1T2 is invoice totaling $6,005 for claims associated with Michael Parker. This is a law enforcement case. And F1T3 is an invoice totaling $160 for claims associated with Cornell Martin. And this was an Axtell ISD accessibility case.
All right, any questions? If not, what's the pleasure of the court?
Move to approve.
Second.
Have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Pass.
F2 regarding the FY23 budget. F2A designation of expenditure limits per local government code 130.908. Francis?
Yes, and I know we've already discussed it a little, but according to the local government code, you will need to set an amount that you want expenditures to be approved before we have some elected officials that are outgoing. So those would be JP Precinct 5, Fernando Villarreal, and then our criminal district attorney, Barry Johnson. And like we said, in the past, we have used a $1,000 threshold. You know, all expenditures come to you in the way of the check run that we present to you, and you have that final approval as well. But we see this as, you know, in conjunction with purchasing, we would not let any requisitions be turned into purchase orders until they had proper approval by the court, as well as any other
So-
non-PO related expenditures.
Is the $1,000, is that arbitrary or is that,
So I looked at the expenditures in both of these offices and what, you know, different departments have different types of expenditures. I know we've had road and bridge before. Having $1,000 threshold is difficult when you're trying to order road
Yeah.
construction materials. I think 1,000 for both of these offices is reasonable.
Okay. all right. Okay, hearing that,
Make motion to approve?
Second.
have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass.
And the date this goes into effect.
Oh.
I mean, do we wait till October 1?
Well, we can, you know, if you wanted to go ahead and do it.
I'd like to make it effective
Right now.
immediately.
Then I amend my motion to make that effective immediately.
Amend my second.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, we have a motion, amended second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, pass.
F2B, authorization of FY23 cell phone allowance listing. Francis?
So this is our annual listing of employees that are receiving the cell phone allowance. It is $30 per month. And so we just need that approved to move into the next fiscal year.
Can we take Suzanne Nimmer off the list, please?
We can.
Okay, all right, is there a motion with,
Motion to approve the listing.
Second. With the exception noted?
With the exception of Suzanne Nimmer.
All right, a motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, pass.
F2C, McLennan County Juvenile Probation, Juvenile Detention, and Juvenile Interim Home recording of FY23 budgets. Francis?
So this is just the recording of the final juvenile local fund budget. There was a lot of discussion about this throughout the summer, but the way that this landed is that there are some employees that you view similar to jailers and jail corporals. And so those types of positions were given a 10% increase with no cost of living adjustment, very similar to how you dealt with the ones that fell under the sheriff's office. And then all other employees received the same cost of living adjustment, the 9%. So.
Okay, any questions or comments? What's the pleasure of the court?
Move to accept for recording.
Second.
Have a motion and a second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
F2D is authorization of department head salary schedule. And Judge, if we could hold this for later in the meeting.
Okay, we'll hold.
Moving on to item G, bids, RFPs, RFQs. G1 is authorization of bid renewals. G1A is regarding bid 19-026 inmate clothing with Bob Barker Company. Ken?
We checked with the jail, and they're happy with Bob Barker's service. We contacted Bob Barker, and they are willing to renew the agreement, but they did request a 4.6% on the average increase to their contract services. We went back and looked at the bid from 2019, and even with this increase, they're still lower than the next lowest bid that we had back in 2019. So I recommend that we go ahead and renew this.
Okay, any questions?
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion second, any questions or comments? If not, all approved say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
G1B is regarding bid 21-019 inmate personal items with ICS jail supplies. Ken?
We did rebid this just this last year. We've contacted the jail. The jail is happy with the services from ICS. We contacted ICS, and they're willing to renew their agreement with a 2.92% increase. In looking at the way things have gone in our past, I think that is a relatively small request for an increase. If the court agrees the renewal option, this would go from October 1, 2022 to September 30th, 2023.
Move to approve.
Second.
I have a motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
G2 is authorization of quote from Uline for archives records management shelving. Lisa?
Thank you, Dustin. This request is to purchase shelving to fill the void in the archives building where the mobile apologize. Their mobile filing system is going to be removed and given to the district clerk's office, and so we will need to fill that with standard shelving. So this request is for 35 shelving units. We did budget for this in FY22. It's under capital outlay, so this is the quote for that purchase.
All right, any questions? Not what's the pleasure of the court?
Move to approve.
Second.
Have a motion and a second, any other discussion? No discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Thank you.
Under item H, contracts and interlocal agreements, H1 is authorization of letter of agreement with Hendricks Consulting Engineers regarding mechanical, electrical, and plumbing assessment services for Heart of Texas Fair and Rodeo Extraco Event Center. TJ, did you have any update this week?
Yes, Dustin, if we could, I'd like to defer this. We found a local MEP engineer, so we're starting to work with him to see if he's comfortable enough with quoting this project for us. So if we could, let's go ahead and defer it.
Motion to defer.
Second.
Have a motion second to defer, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass.
H2 is authorization of interlocal cooperative agreement with City of Robinson for road work. Commissioner Smith?
Yes, part of Wildwood Trail is in the county, part of it's in the city. We had plans to go ahead and resurface our portion, and the city came to us and said if we're doing that, would we go ahead and chip seal, reseal their portion of that Wildwood Trail. So this is the amount that it will cost them for us to do that part of the project.
Okay, so that's a motion.
And it's a motion to approve.
Second.
A motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
H3 is authorization of use agreement with Taylor Museum of Waco History for adult probation parking, for use of the adult probation parking lot. And the Taylor Museum of Waco History is requesting to use the adult probation parking lot on September the 10th from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. for an open house event at the museum. And we have our standard parking lot use agreement that if approved, we will send to the museum for approval.
What day of the week is it?
This Saturday.
Saturday, okay.
This Saturday.
That shouldn't be a problem.
And Judge, I know Commissioner Miller has a photo she would like to share. I don't know if William, if you have it, or Tim have it available. If not, I can probably pull it up.
Just having bragging rights. That is Miss Helen Marie Taylor right there. And she came to my swearing in January 1st, 2019. I met her when I did a tour of her museum. If you have not gone to the Taylor Museum of Waco History, you're missing out. They have one of the greatest compilations of local African-American history at that museum. I think probably only comparable to Baylor University. And they are going to have an announcement on Friday that I think is going to benefit the city and the county. And so I was really in favor of us allowing them just to use our parking lot for the event on Saturday. I'm not going to be able to make it because I have another event, but I want to let everybody know that I knew Miss Helen Marie Taylor.
All right. Thank you. All right, what's the pleasure of the court?
I move to approve the authorization of use agreement with the Taylor Museum of Waco History.
Second.
Have motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
H5, authorization of agreement and proposal from Granicus for a cloud storage solution for managing Sheriff's Office open records request. We're calling David Ives.
So this is our request, essentially asking for a system to manage the open records that we receive here at the Sheriff's Office. We receive, depending on the year, between 2,190 and 3,910 open records requests, of which about 20 to 22% of those are complicated. Our definition of complicated is it requires more than 2 hours of labor. About 8% require 8 or more hours of labor to process. With all the offices that we coordinate with in retrieving this information, the divisions, it has become arduous for us to track this with a simple Excel spreadsheet. As far as what we're asking for, who we're asking it from, when we are asking for it, when we are receiving it back, our submissions to the Attorney General, and things of that nature. It's just the scope of it has gotten beyond what an Excel spreadsheet can manage any longer.
Okay, any questions for David? Now, what's the pleasure of the court?
Move to approve.
Second.
Have a motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
H6 is authorization of Lexus subscription agreement with LexisNexis for the 414th District Court. It's for a variety of products that are listed in the packet, and the term of the agreement will run through August 31st, 2023, and it totals $87 a month.
All right, any questions?
Move to approve.
Have a motion, is there a second?
Second?
Motion made and second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
H7, authorization of advertising contract agreement with Heart of Texas Council of Governments for 2022-2023 resource guide for health services. I'd like to call on Heather.
Hi, good morning. This is just a standard contract for an annual advertisement in the Hot Cog Resource Guide. It's for a half a page and it'll run $880. And we won't need a budget amendment in order to be able to do this.
Okay, and this guide is used, we use it a lot. It's advice to people in the Hot Cog area about where they can get services and needs for elderly, sick, all those different things, transportation, there it is right there. And it's a good tool and we should be in it, so I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, pass. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
H8 is authorization of service agreement with CTWP for 74th District Court copier. Ken?
74th District Court is purchasing a new copier. This is the service agreement to go along with that copier. It is for a base amount of 24,000 black and white copies and 1,200 color copies in the amount of $370.56 per year. They do have an overage rate of 0.0115 for black and white and 0.0788 for color if it exceeds the base amounts.
All right, any questions? Not any questions, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second. Have a motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, pass.
H9, authorization of full remote support agreements with BIS Digital. These are the annual support agreements with BIS Digital for software and hardware for the following departments. H9A is regarding the 19th District Court, H9B is the 54th, H9C is the 170th, H9D is the 414th, H9E is County Court at Law Number 1, H9F Specialty Court, and H9G is the visiting courtroom.
All right, if there's no questions, I'll make a motion to approve all those previously listed.
Second.
Have a motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, pass.
H10, authorization of contracts for software with EDOC Technologies. Lisa?
Yes, thank you. I have three annual support renewals coming forward today. H10A is for the county clerk's case management system with EDOC. H10B is for the district attorney's case management system. And H10C is for the justice of the peace case management system. There were no increases in rates this year. And this will
All right,
that'll be for just a one-year renewal.
all right, any questions?
What do license fees mean?
So they allow so many seats for the devices that are connecting and utilizing their application. So that's what you're seeing there for that count.
So those are devices that are connected.
Yes.
Okay,
not-
thank
they-
you.
They don't do it by user, they do it by devices.
By device.
In some offices, they may share a device, and so that's how they charge for that.
Move to approve.
I have a question.
Okay.
On this, was there any, or has there been any, discussion about being able to, merge with the new, bail system,
Oh, for the
this-
PSRS?
yeah,
Yes, there has been, both the IT group, we've got members sitting in on those meetings, as well as an EDOC representative. So that is being reviewed at this time. We've reached out to their contacts on the state side to get file layouts and such. So that is absolutely being looked into. And having conversation with the pretrial office, there's thinking that it may be best to maybe let some of the other entities work through that with the state first and, kind of work out the kinks and whatnot. And then when that system is operating well, then have EDOC step in to work with that. I think that'll save us some time and frustration, especially since that will be a billable change.
Okay.
Okay. Second,
All right,
Commissioner.
have a motion, second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, I don't know why this thing's doing this. No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
Thank you.
H11 is authorization of agreement for services with Millard Real Estate Advisors regarding right-of-way and easement acquisition services along Panther Branch Road. I'd like to call on Zane.
Thank you, Justin. This agreement will allow us to purchase 4 fee simple right-of-way parcels for the Panther Branch Road Bridge, as well as 3 permanent construction easements. The price will not exceed $27,100. Recommend for approval.
Okay, any questions anyone have?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
The next 3 items are annual contracts, if the court's okay with taking those all together. H12 is authorization of spay-neuter services contract with Animal Birth Control Clinic. There is $75,000 available in the FY23 budget for this. H13 is regarding the Texas Department of Agriculture, Texans Feeding Texans, Home Delivered Meal Grant Program, authorization of agreement for services and related resolution with Central Texas Senior Ministry for Meals on Wheels program. There is $30,000 available in the FY23 budget for this. And under H14's authorization of provision of library services agreement with Hewitt Community Library, McGinley Memorial Library, Moody Community Library, Nancy Nell Memorial Library, and West Public Library. And each of these libraries receive $10,000 each from the county, and this is also included in the FY23 budget.
All right. Any questions on any of those? If not, what's the pleasure of the court?
Move to approve.
Second.
Have a motion, second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
H15, authorization of service agreement addendums with TK Elevator Corporation. TJ?
Yes, so this is our yearly maintenance contract with TK Elevator Group. We have a couple of new elevators that we need to add into the program, but we kind of jumped the gun a little bit. So right now we're asking for approval for the Extraco Event Center elevator. And then once we close on the property at 1211 Washington, we'll be asking for that. So Dustin, I'm not sure how we can do that or if we just need to amend the approval or not, but.
That would probably be best, I guess.
So we can't.
And we're not in a rush. If we want to defer and amend this and bring it back, that's fine too.
So we can't just approve the one and not the other, Dustin's what you're saying?
I think we could approve the one for the Extraco Event Center and then hold off until we close on the property on 1211 Washington.
That would be my motion.
Yeah, I'll second that. I'd like to get moving. So any other questions? If not, we have a motion second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
Judge, we have 2 additional executive sessions. Do you want to do those now? Do you want to take care of some more agenda items first?
Can we get all the way through it and still have executive session? What's your time frame, Chris? Let's try to push on and then end up with the executive sessions.
Okay. Under item I, capital improvement repair and maintenance projects, I1s regarding the Mart Water Project street repair, agreement with the city of Mart, authorization of third and final payment request. I know we've been keeping this deferred. Judge, I didn't know if there's any additional discussion today.
I think,
You want Zane to give an overview?
pardon me, yeah,
Zane, give an overview.
Zane, why don't you give a quick overview if you're still on?
Yes, sir. So I've met with, or I spoke with the City of Mart's Public Works Director, as well as their contractor. And I found out that all the roads have been completed, save for 3. That would be Burleson Avenue, Cowan Avenue, and Navarro Avenue. Those 3 roads have had some liquid stabilizer applied and they've been shaped, potholes removed, but they're still awaiting a 2-inch cold mix overlay. And the contractor is waiting for the City of Mart to authorize him to go apply the 2-inch cold mix overlay on those 3 roads. Once those 3 roads receive the cold mix, then I'll inspect, and if everything looks good, then I would recommend making the final reimbursement check payment at that time. Until then, I'd recommend for deferment.
Okay. Any questions?
Had a thought. So how many roads in all are they waiting to be paid for the work? How many roads? Okay, you said there are 3 that are finished. In this drawdown, are there any roads that are finished, in your opinion?
So they have not broken out the length of road, the specific road, and the amount invoiced real clearly. There's a number of roads that they worked on, but essentially they're waiting on the final reimbursement check. And until all work is done, I recommend that the check not be reimbursed.
And I guess my question comes from the thought of the progress that they have made. If we could get an assessment on what they consider done, they've agreed they haven't done these other 3, and I agree with Zane, we shouldn't pay them for work that's not done. But what is the court's thought on the roads they have completed, to go ahead and, I guess, ask them to resubmit an invoice for that work, and then we hold the funds for the work that's still not done? If that makes any sense?
It does make sense. I believe another way of rephrasing your question is, could we get something in writing from the contractor or City of Mart stating how much dollar amount is left to be done? How much will paving those 3 roads with coal mix, what will that cost? If we can get that amount, then we could release all the funding saved for that amount and then go from there.
Is that something that the court would entertain?
I would, because I'd like to see Mark get some money in their hands, because I know they need the money.
Yeah, they may be waiting
They
on
may
some
be
revenue
waiting.
to help.
Yeah, absolutely.
finish
I
some
don't
of
have a
those.
problem with that.
It's kind of like a progress payment. So if they made progress and completed certain roads but haven't others, then we could pay them for what they have completed and hold the money for what they haven't completed and move it along.
I think that would be beneficial for them.
So I'd recommend we defer until the 20th until we get that information, and then we could do that before the end of the budget year.
Aren't we pushing to get this done before the?
Well, at the last meeting, she said if it doesn't, we can still take care of it after the first.
We went ahead and put it in next year's budget just because of the uncertainty of the timing.
Okay,
So,
okay.
Yeah, we're good.
But if they can submit a revised invoice and you're agreed to it, like you were saying, a partial, then, we could do it that way and get some of it done in this year.
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
That kind of clear, Zane?
Yes, I'll request that they submit an amount remaining to pave the last 3 roads, and then we can then consider releasing the difference.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, because when you went out there and you rode, you're comfortable with the roads that they're saying they've completed?
Yes.
Okay, all righty.
All right.
So I would make a motion to defer.
All right, thank you. Is there a second? Motion made, second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, pass.
Under I-2 regarding capital improvement projects for the Cameron Park Zoo, I-2B is authorization of invoice number 22-177 for the penguin exhibit. Francis?
Yes, so this is an invoice for reimbursement from the city of Waco for work done on the Penguin exhibit, specifically $11,300 is the request. We have reviewed the invoice as well as the backup and recommend it for payment.
All right, any questions?
Is this part of the original 14 point?
Yes.
So do we have an amount that's left after we've paid all these? Okay, so I don't have to have it right now, that's fine.
Yes,
Next-
yes.
Okay.
We know it's been spent on each project and you know what each of those are, what's left in each budget according to what they originally
If you wouldn't mind
proposed.
sending that to us, maybe? Okay.
Sure can.
Okay, what's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion made and second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, passed.
I3 is regarding ADA renovations to MHMR Crisis Center, agreement with HCS Incorporated, commercial general contractor, authorization of payment application number 12. This payment application's in the amount of $4,094.50.
Okay, any questions? If not, I'll make a motion we approve. Is there a second? Motion made and second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, pass.
Under item K, grants and grant proposals, K1s regarding the U.S. Department of Treasury, the ARPA discussion. Don't have anything specific today other than one invoice. Did court want to have any discussion on ARPA today?
I would like to have an in-depth discussion, either on the 20th or the first meeting after the budget year.
Okay.
That's
Kind of recap where we are and go over the outstanding requests.
right, right.
Okay. K1A is regarding the professional services agreement with BKD LLP Forvis, authorization of grant administration service invoice. And this invoice totals $1,296.63, and it's for their grant administration services.
Okay. Any questions on that? Is there a motion to approve?
So moved. Second.
Have a motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
K2 is regarding the bipartisan infrastructure law. As the court remembers, we had approved the agreement with TLC back in early August. Ken, Francis, TJ, Zane, and I are working on some responses to some questions from TLC, and we should be having a kickoff meeting with them hopefully in the next week or so to get things rolling on these funding opportunities that are being announced. K3 is regarding the Bureau of Justice Assistance Small Rural Tribal Body Worn Camera Program, discussion and or action on grant award acceptance for Constable Precinct 1. I'd like to call on April Lingo.
Hello. We've been trying to get these body cameras, and the grant, I guess they've awarded us the grant money. I believe it's in, let me see what the amount is real quick, sorry. It's like $9,800 and something is what they awarded us. And I guess we're just waiting on approval for the body camera. It's $9,538.50. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I just want to make sure I was verbal. So I guess they've given us the money. So I guess we just need to see if we can go forward with the body cameras.
This is drug out so long. What would be the budget amount we'd have to come up with now after this?
So, I know,
That's a
We
question I
haven't been
keep
in-
asking is, what's it gonna cost us this year? And what's it gonna cost us every year going forward? And I think I've asked that.
Including data storage.
Everything, all the bells and whistles and everything. What's it gonna cost us, the county, this year and every year going forward? And I think I've asked that a couple of times, and I still don't have a good answer.
We've been waiting. I think we finally got the oh, hold on a second. I'm sorry. So for the body cameras, looks like the first year for, well, 2022 is around, let's see, 13,400. The grant gives us 9,500, but then every year after that is $11,906.33 for till September of 2026. And that's the latest updated quote from Axon for the body cameras.
So what about data storage?
That includes the data storage. I believe IT was looking into that for me, but that includes everything, the storage, the software, the hardware. That's all together for the body cameras themselves, for the body camera system.
And how many units is that? How many people out of the constable office would be wearing them?
That's 10 body cameras. So that would be everybody that's basically a full-time deputy.
And then can we,
And
I'm sorry,
go ahead.
April, I'm sorry, go ahead, ma'am.
no, I'm sorry. The body cameras, that there's like a charging dock, so we can leave them in the office. They can upload to the software, and then if our part-timers need one, then they can use one. Like if the deputy's off, they don't take them home, they just leave them in the office, so it's accessible to anybody that's working.
Hey, if I can break in here, I've got the invoices here, and they don't appear to match up with that 11,000. It's 112,000 for 60 months, but
That's for the in-car cameras. That's not the body cameras.
okay, so the body cameras is
61.
61, 31.
Yes, sir.
And then that's 12,106 per month. For
It's 11,906.33 a year
So-
for 5 years.
so they must have given you a new quote, a better quote.
This is the latest one I got. I got it, so I don't remember what day they sent it. This was issued, it looks like, July 15th. That's the most updated one I've received.
May I interject? I wanted to see, Tim Reed has been assisting April in updating those quotes. I think he attempted to share his screen with us. Tim, do you have that quote that might be available for reference?
Well, I've got one issued August 24th, 2022.
Thank you.
That says 12,206 per year.
All right, if you have the current one, maybe we can share your screen.
Yes, that matches to Mike. $12,206.33 per year for 5 years.
Okay, I guess I didn't get the updated one. My apologies.
Do we have someone that has that visible that we can share with the court?
Well, if
Thank
I
you.
had, okay,
There we go.
that's good.
Okay.
Let's pretend I did that.
60,000 for 5 years.
And the grant is,
It's for the hardware only, and it's for $9,538.50.
And of that 9,538, that's a dollar for dollar match, so the county is out, will pay 9,538.50 the first year also? Because it's a dollar for dollar match, isn't it?
That's what it says. It says federal award, but I think this is just a one-time, like they won't match it every year.
Right. So this first year, McLennan County will match that 95,38.50,
Yes.
But you quoted a 13,400 first year, so there's some other expenses involved beyond that 95, 3850. Does that 13,400 include the 98, 95, 35, 3850?
I do not know because I don't know where you're getting the 13.
Well, I thought you said the first year it cost us 13,400
Oh,
and every year after.
well, that was on my, the old, let me see what this one says.
Okay.
This one is a little bit different. Cause that included a starter. So it's actually just the 12,206.32.
Okay, I want to make sure I'm reading this quote summary correct. So for five years, the 60 months, it's a total cost of 61,000 plus. And from that first month, I guess that is either between 11,000 or 13,000. Then you take away whatever that your grant is. And so the first year, we would pay the annual cost minus whatever your grant. And then each subsequent year, we're paying anywhere from 11,000 to 12,000. Is that just for the body cam unit itself?
That's
No.
go ahead.
If we can scroll down, it shows a price breakdown for everything.
Okay. Okay,
So the
that's-
61,000 is the hardware and also the software licensing as well.
Okay, that's for all of
That's
it.
turnkey, that's everything.
And the
Yes.
storage,
Oh,
yeah, for
that's-
everything.
Okay.
The reason I like the request, it would serve for two purposes. One, it would put body cams on those officers, and that works for the officer and the community. And also the county, we can look at it as a pilot program. They are a small department, so we can see how operationally it works for them, and then see if larger departments or other law enforcement departments here in the county would like to go to it. I don't know how we make it work, but I do support the request. I think we need to look at the funding.
Any other comments?
I want to go back to the first year again, one more time, April, so I understand. The first year, total cost for us is 12,206.33. Does that or does that not include the dollar for dollar match to the $9,538.50?
I guess that doesn't, I mean, the total amount they're giving us for the body cameras is the $9,538, and that's for the hardware, and that's if it was all paid in one lump sum.
And that's what they're, but for you to get that grant of the 95.38.50, we have to match the 95.38.50 if it's a dollar for dollar match.
I believe so. I'm not real
Okay.
familiar with
And
that.
that's the part I'm having a hard time understanding is whether or not that comes, if that's part of the 12,206 or we're gonna pay 95.38.50 and 12,206.33.
No. I don't think that's how that works.
Okay. And then my last question would be, Mike, do we have a policy in place, or will we need to adopt a policy governing use of body-worn cameras and storage of information?
Yes, we'll have to adopt a policy. I think probably the grant requires us to adopt a policy, but
We do have a policy in our office for body cameras.
Well, it would need to go by legal, so before we can adopt it.
Yes, sir.
We don't fool with that?
Elected official can, I mean, we would want them to run it by Mike, but I don't think we have to. They can set
We have
policies outside of our,
If we have liability, we don't have to,
elected officials have autonomy.
okay.
Yeah, our best practices that we do, this is our second recognition we're in, and we've had a body camera policy for
That's
the
right.
last
That's right. I
8
think
years, so.
That's right, I think I remember y'all saying that, okay.
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, any other questions or comments? What's the pleasure of the court?
We need a motion to move forward, or what are we looking at?
I think we do.
So you don't
So-
have
Accept
anything budgeted for this, for a match or to pay this in a lump sum payment? I just want to make sure that's clear.
Okay.
We need to clear that up then before we take action.
April?
Yes.
I guess, unclear of what we were gonna do, but do you all have, any allowances in your budget for FY 2023, for this project?
No, ma'am. We were gonna ask, I guess, I mean, we don't have anything in our budget for it. We have a small budget, so we don't have anything for it.
I would make a motion that we defer this until the auditor can get with the constable and come back with a clear picture of the funding and where it would come from.
Second.
And, would you like a legal review? Mr. Smith or somebody else?
Well,
I would include that in my second. if you
I
include that in your
I
motion.
just think it needs to make sure.
Okay, we have a motion, second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, pass. All right.
All right, K4 is regarding the statewide automated victim notification service grant authorization and maintenance grant contract with the Office of Attorney General. This grant program is to help the counties and other entities to provide a statewide system that provides offender release information and other data to help with the rights of victims of crime. And the Office of Attorney General makes these grant funds available, and it covers up to $25,212.50.
Move to approve. Second.
Have a motion, second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
K5 is regarding the Office of the Governor, Criminal Justice Division, Bullet Resistant Shield Grant Program, authorization of grant application and related resolution and forms. David Ives.
Yes, Commissioners, we're asking to apply for this grant. It's fairly new. It became available on 8/17 and the final date for submission is 9/19. The state has made approximately $50 million available for rifle resistant shields for departments, split into 3 categories. And although we are category 2 and category 3, we're still asking for the court's permission to apply for this grant. There is no match.
Then motion to approve.
Second.
There's been a motion, second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
Case 6 is regarding Victim Coordinator and Liaison Grant, authorization of grant contract number C00059 with the Office of the Attorney General. Back in April of 2021, the court approved the submission of a grant application for a position under this grant. It's for one full-time position. It was funded that year with the option that it could be extended for an additional year. It has been extended, and so this would run through August 31st, 2023.
All right. Any questions?
Motion to approve the grant contract.
Second.
Motion made and second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, pass.
Under item K7 regarding U.S. Department of Treasury Emergency Rental Assistance Programs, there are 2 action items here. K7A is recording of Economic Opportunities Advancement Corporation reports for July for ERA 1 and ERA 2. And K7B is authorization of EOAC remaining funding for program administration for ERA 1. Francis, did you have any details on these?
No, I think their reports were self-explanatory, showing how much they did spend in July for both grants. They are requesting the balance of ERA 1, so that will close out the funding that's sitting in our ERA 1 fund.
Okay.
I think the two together were in excess of $400,000 that they were able to dispense, which is great.
Yeah. Okay, I make a motion, we approve K7A and K7B.
Second.
Have a motion, second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
K8 regarding the Texas Department of Family and Protective Services Title 4E grant contract, authorization of Title 4E legal assistance claim for the quarter ending March 31st, 2022. Francis?
Yeah, so this is just a quarter claim, legal services related to Title 4E, $43,609.31 is the claim, and this helps cover personnel cost in our district attorney's office.
Move to approve.
Second?
All right, motion and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passed.
K9 regarding U.S. Department of Transportation Federal Highway Administration 2022 Bridge Investment Program Grant, authorization of joint submission of grant application with the City of Waco for the Middle Bosque River Bridge on Spiegelville Road. Zane?
Yes, sir. So the city of Waco is wanting to apply for a federal grant to help improve or replace the existing bridge on Spiegelville Road at over Middle Bosque River. And the grant, they've had Walker Partners conduct an estimation of what it would cost to replace that bridge, of which the county's matching portion would be roughly 10.5% or $1.86 million. So I'm requesting that the Commissioners Court approve the City of Waco submitting a grant application to the Federal Highway Administration. And we would be a co-grantee with application.
All right. Any questions, comments?
If our portion is 10.54, what, is the city's portion the same, 10.54 then, Zane?
No, they've got the remaining.
They've
got the remaining.
That's where the remaining of it would come from?
Yeah, they have.
This, right, I believe it's an 80-20 match. And so of the 20% that the local has to come up with, the city of Waco will pay 90% of that match and the county would pay the 10%.
And they're willing to do that?
It's an odd setup out there on this bridge. And when they built it and how they decided we had 11% and they have, it leaves one to ponder.
Is that a 4-lane road right now?
It's a
No.
2-lane road bridge and they plan to improve it to a 4-lane road bridge.
Right. And then the road will be improved to 4 lanes,
Well,
you hope?
our side, no.
No.
So you're gonna have you're gonna have,
No, there's gonna be two separate bridges. It's not gonna be
Oh.
one bridge.
oh, okay.
It
Which-
just splits them.
Right, which is smart because the bridge that's currently there was built in the sixties, I think it was. So when there's time for repairs and issues that come along with it, the other bridge will still be able to carry
Still be
traffic.
able to use.
Right. Zane, am I correct in that?
You are correct. Very similar to the bridge north of there across Hog Creek. We had a existing 2-lane bridge that carried all the traffic. We ended up building a new bridge beside it. And now, so we have 2 lanes southbound, 2 lanes northbound.
Excellent, okay.
Make a motion to approve the request.
Second. I have a motion, second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Passed.
All right, under Department L, Department Office Specific Requests, L1's Heart of Texas Fair Exco Event Center, authorization of replacement of split systems for the office and ticket office. One of these units has failed and the other is on its last leg. This is a quote for $15,987 to replace those two split systems at the Exco Event Center.
All right, any questions?
Move to approve.
Second. Is there any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Passed.
L2, Human Resources, authorizations regarding the 2022 Employee Wellness and Lifestyle Expo. I'd like to call on Anna.
Thank you, Dustin. I'm requesting the ability to host our 2022 Wellness and Lifestyle Expo. We had our wellness event last year, and so this is just that same event that we're hoping to offer this year for county employees. We'd like to host it October 26th. It's a Wednesday. We'd like to host it at the Waco Convention Center. And this date would fall within our open enrollment period to give employees the opportunity to go in person if they need online enrollment assistance, because enrollment will be conducted online again this year. So we can offer assistance in person for enrollment at this event. And then like last year, we'll be offering biometric screenings at the event, flu shots again. And we are working on expanding the amount of vendors and services that employees can explore at this event as well. In addition to the October 26th date, we are planning a separate event at the Jack Harwell Detention Facility the day prior, Tuesday, October 25th, to give jail staff an opportunity to get their flu shots and biometric screenings if they have to work on Wednesday, October 26th. All of this, we are planning to use the discretionary allowance built into our United Healthcare Administrative Service agreements to fund this event, so that there wouldn't be any cost to the county directly for this event. That's how we did it last year as well. And hopefully that's a day employees can take out of the workday to focus on their health. I can take any questions now.
Thank you. Any questions? All right, what's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve the expo. Second.
Have a motion, second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass.
Thank you.
Thank you.
L3, adult probation, authorization of cell phone and service upgrades. Ken?
Currently, adult probation has 41 active cell phones that are tied to the 3G network. The 3G network is going to go away December of 2022. So we need to upgrade their phones. In the process of upgrading, all of their phones are currently on a plan that's just talk and text. They'd like to upgrade to phones that have data plans. So the increase would be from $22.99 per month to an amount of $37.99 per month for each phone. The phones are free, but again, it's an increase in their data plan.
Trick. Planned obsolescence.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So in other words, if you've got a Verizon phone and you're currently on 3G as of, you won't be talking anymore after December of 2022?
That's correct.
You're just out of luck, huh?
You're out of luck.
That just doesn't make sense.
And there's a lot of other stuff too. Security systems that were wireless and
yes,
iPads and
That just doesn't seem.
car GPSs,
Okay.
Game cameras.
game cameras.
Yeah.
And again, they're pushing toward the 5G. So I mean, again, it's trying to just move the whole thing up.
Trying to make money. Trying to pay for their 5G.
Yes.
Move to approve.
Second.
Have a motion, second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass. Move along.
L4, county sheriff. L4A is authorization of SIM card request. Ken?
Yes, the Sheriff's Department has requested another SIM card. It's just a request for one only. Of course, there's no cost for the SIM card. The service plan for that SIM card, again, would be $37.99 per month.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Have a motion, second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass.
L4B, approval of order for the acceptance of certain property donated by BSWM Faith in Action. Ken?
Yes, the jail medical department had the opportunity to receive some medical equipment from this BSWM Faith in Action. I've provided a list there with approximate cost of the value they were getting. And of course, the court can accept a donation if for a purpose of performing a function conferred by law on the county or a county officer. And so under Local Government Code 81-032. So this is just a court order accepting the donation from that institution.
Okay, any questions? Not, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion, second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. All right.
L4, sorry,
ahead.
Judge. L4C, ratification of phone line for High Five Jail Elevator. Lisa?
We don't
Yes,
have any
thank you.
choice on this, right?
That's right.
No.
I make a motion we approve.
Second.
No motion, second, any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, pass. Sorry, Lisa.
That's okay. The item I have here, this is a ratification for, I guess, the installation of a phone line. We received information a couple of weeks ago after the elevator inspections that an elevator that was no longer in use in the downtown jail, all those lines had been disconnected. We were given instruction that those had to be active again. So, we got that order in. I don't believe they have actually got it active yet. The cost incurred for that was a $101 non-recurring fee for that installation. The ongoing monthly charge for that connection will be $20.85, and the relative fees that pass through for communications.
Okay, my recent recollection is that we just made a motion on that because we didn't have any choice and we had a second. And it was 100% unanimous vote. All right. Okay, Dustin, next.
Under item L5, Specialty Court, L5A is authorization of order accepting donations under the local government code, and this is just authorization of donations to be used for the specialty court programs.
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, I have motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
L5B is authorization of phone request. Lisa?
This request is from the specialty court. They are requesting an additional phone for their group meeting room that will be inside the new location on Washington. At this time, we do have some used phones that we can provide to them. That's how we've been handling the new requests until we have a number of those in use. And at that time, we would come before court and ask to purchase the newer models. I believe this would make the 5th used phone that we have deployed, if approved.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Have motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
L6, purchasing, authorization of Texas Public Purchasers Association membership. Ken?
I would like Cinnamon to attend a conference that we're having in November. It's kind of a no-brainer to join the TEXPA. There's many benefits to that, which I would like her to have, but also to attend the conference. Remember, membership dues are $75 to attend the conference. The conference rate is $450 for a member, and it's $625 if you're a non-member. So again, I'm requesting that we allow Cinnamon to join the Texas Public Purchasers Association.
So that's all you're asking for today, Ken, is just the association membership?
Yes.
Okay, move to approve.
Second.
Have motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, pass.
L7, Road and Bridge Precinct 3, authorization of reimbursement for windshield and other damages. Commissioner Jones?
So is there a question on the invoices on this? I see the invoices here. Did y'all have a question, Francis, or anything?
Well, any damage like this, we've brought to the court just to approve, state the county
Right,
purpose,
but are you okay with everything?
if y'all are, I think there was an invoice for a repair to a windshield and then the original purchase of something that was damaged.
Yeah.
So if y'all are.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Have motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, pass.
Item M, additional items. M1 is the COVID-19 update. I don't believe Elizabeth had any updates. Commissioner Miller, did you have anything for today?
I could just add that our weekly count coming out of last week was higher than it was previous week. This past Friday, September 2nd, for the week, we had 820 new COVID-19 cases. The week prior to that, we had 666. So we're seeing our cases go up. I would just encourage people, especially as we get into the football season and everybody's all excited about coming together, that over the holidays, that we be mindful that COVID-19 is still in our community, and we do need to use those safety precautions to stay as safe and as healthy as we can. We did have 17 people in the hospital. 5 of those were in ICU, and 4 of them are on ventilators, and we lost 1 community member. So for those families that are still suffering the really severe cases of it, we just keep them in prayer.
Thank you.
All right, item M2 is authorization of order approving the temporary closure of a portion of Ford Street in Precinct 4. Commissioner Perry?
Yes, sir. This is a request that we approved last year. It went very well. Looked like it was well attended. And so we are wanting the permission from the court to allow the neighborhood to do that again this year. So I'd make a motion to approve.
Second.
A motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
M3, discussion and or action regarding Office of Court Administration, long distance and facsimile costs. We have an annual contract with OCA for the reimbursement of these, reimbursement to the county for the long distance and fax costs. Over the years, the costs associated with that have gone down, and OCA has asked if we would just absorb that cost. And Francis checked, and billing for the 6-month period at the end of August was about $8. And I think it's more of a hassle to, and Francis, you can add in, I think it's more of a hassle to keep this going, and we would recommend we just absorb these costs.
I agree.
We need the amended budget item for 2023.
We do not. We do
Okay,
not.
just checking. Okay. Move to approve.
Second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
M4 is approval of order setting sheriff's and constable fees for 2023. These fees have to be submitted to the comptroller's office on or before October 15th. There are not any requested changes and for 2023 from 2022, and these fees just have to be reasonable fees for the provision of these services.
Okay, unless there's any objection, I make a motion, we approve.
Second.
Yeah.
Motion been made and second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
M5 is regarding the placement of a school zone with regulatory signage on west side of Ritchie Road, south of Warren Road, and north of Park Place Drive in Precinct 4. M5A is the public hearing on the school zone with regulatory signage, and the judge, after closing that, M5B is consideration of and or action to approve the school zone with regulatory signage on west side of Ritchie Road.
All right, any questions?
So Judge, we'll need to open that public hearing.
We'd have a public hearing. Sorry about that, I had 2 things going on. All right, so let's open for a public hearing.
I live there, I'm happily able to.
Support.
I support.
Okay, we had 1 member of the court, one member of the community.
Voice of support.
Voice support for anybody else? I don't see anyone else. No one called in. Is that right? All right, the hearing is over. And so, what's the pleasure?
Make a motion that we approve M5B.
Second?
Have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Under item P, McLennan County Radio Tower Project. P1 is authorization of electrical work invoice from Encore for Road and Bridge Precinct 3 site. Ken?
Yes, I believe this has to do with the lightning strike out at Precinct
2.
Oh, I'm sorry, this is West. This is to set up the electrical for the new tower at West.
Yeah, okay.
I apologize. I apologize.
I didn't know
I'm
anything
sorry.
about lightning strike.
Yeah.
We had the lightning strike.
Yeah,
It
they did.
hit the fuel tank.
I'm
How about
sorry.
that?
I'm getting my towers mixed up.
Motion to approve the invoice.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
P2 is authorization of license agreement with Selco Partnership doing business as Verizon Wireless for the Woodway Public Safety Tower. Mike?
Yes, we found what we think is the perfect spot for our public safety tower around here for Woodway. The Woodway Tower location for Verizon, but we're building a taller tower. Verizon pays Woodway quite a bit a year for the under their ground lease, and the thought was the city wasn't really willing to give up ground unless they were receiving that same income stream. So we made an agreement with Verizon to allow them to locate on our tower, which is not a problem at all from a load or interference position. And then part of that would be that they would have to take down their existing tower for two reasons. One, for aesthetics and not having complaints from the residents, and two, to avoid any interference from the old tower. So this is the license agreement between us and Verizon to allow them to locate on the tower once it's constructed. And we will be receiving the license fee, what we call license fee, and then we will be paying it to the city as additional rent for the ground lease.
Okay,
Okay.
any other questions about that?
Motion to approve P2.
Second.
Motion made second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
All right, so Judge, that leaves the department head salary schedule as our only action item remaining, I believe, and we'll need to go into executive session prior to that for personnel matters under 551.074, and then also for economic development negotiations under 551.087.
Okay,
Dustin, I
so
need to-
as those previously mentioned, government codes, we will go into executive session.
5 minutes, Judge?
Yeah.
And Judge, if we can have Mike stay in for the economic development.
I'm thinking, Chris, the next time the judge asks if you're short of time, you don't give him an answer, no.
I try to be as accommodating.
And Tim, could you make me co-host, and that way I can shuffle people in and out? Thank you.
They ran in a hurry, didn't they?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Y'all had a action-packed agenda today.
Yes. With probably some consequences.
I imagine if you say
Just need to get
Well, at the end of the day, my question would be what's changed from the relationship that we've had in the past.
only the misunderstanding what they think was. So, but
You've never had more involvement than what we've offered. We've never had. And to insert ourselves into this is now you brought 5 new opinions into this. And you have
Francis?
Yeah.
I don't think so either. She's good
pretty
either
sound,
way.
yeah.
Yeah, honestly.
And this, Commissioner, I'm talking about, when you look at inflation and all, that $1,000 figure back then was totally different game now.
We back in session?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's call the court back in session. All right, Dustin, if you'll carry us back to completed or incompleted agenda items.
Yes, sir, Judge. Sorry, my computer's kind of froze on me for just a second. Can y'all hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If we could go back to item F2A1, this was on the expenditure limits for criminal district attorney. I'm trying to see, it looks like Ken's having trouble connecting to audio. Francis and I received a message from Ken a little while ago that we've already had an issue pop up with travel for a witness for a murder trial, and there are some others that are waiting in the wings. So we need some discussion on either exempting travel for witnesses or maybe raising that limit, whatever the court's preference might be.
Okay, so how do we reverse the decision of the court? Just with another motion?
We could go back and either amend the motion
All right, let's
or
do that. So who made the motion? Who seconded it?
On F2A1,
Then you combine them, F2A1.
that was included with all the other, agenda,
Budget.
yeah, all the other budget items, I believe.
No.
No?
No, I think it, on F2A1 and F2A2
that
was a motion.
I did F1, A through S. That was the only thing that was done together.
Was it me?
Then instead of amending, what's another way to do it?
Okay, so I have it now. So it was Perry and Jones, yes.
Okay.
All right,
So I would, on F2A1, I would amend the motion that I made earlier to exclude witness travel in the DA's office and to move the limit from 1,000 to 2,500.
Amend my second.
all right, we have amended motion and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose, pass.
all right. If we can go to item F2D, this is authorization of department head salary schedule, and I will share my screen if that's okay.
Okay.
So just kind of a recap of how we get here with department head salaries. The salary, the annual budget is of course set through the salary as it is for all employees. And the Commissioners Court then fills out a department head salary schedule as is done by each elected official or department for their own employees. So what's before you now is a proposal for the court's consideration. For Anna Picasso, the HR director, recommendation is for an annual authorized salary of $105,835. For TJ Jackson, facilities director, recommendation is an annual authorized salary of $103,256. For Zane Dunham, county engineer, recommendation is for an annual salary of $125,440. For Jared Goldsmith, elections director, recommendation is a $100,000 annual salary. For Ken Bass, purchasing director, recommendation is a annual salary of $103,256. For Lisa Fetch, IT director, recommendation is for $115,029. For both David Hodges and Judge Bain, our associate judges, recommendation is for an annual salary of $134,371. For Heather Travers, welfare health director, recommendation is for a salary of $96,711. And for Steve Hernandez, director of veteran services, recommendation is for a salary of $74,098.
All right, thank you. I would entertain a motion regarding that, what Dustin just read.
Motion to approve the department head salaries as presented by Dustin Chapman, County Administrator.
Second.
Have a motion and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Oppose, pass. We'll make a statement that, that I overheard in discussion we've got the best set of department heads that we've had in a long time, and really appreciate the great job that they're all doing. Okay, is there anything else to come before the court?
And Judge, if we can just confirm with Reagan and Mercedes that there's nothing we skipped.
We should be good.
All right, it's all clear, so, we will adjourn the meeting.